Yellow, everyone. And oh my gosh, all my things just suddenly moved. Okay, there we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I knew I forgot something. I knew I couldn't have gotten it in one. There we go. Hello everyone, welcome to another stream. I have us on the right screen. Um, I am so ready to get this done. So the goal today is going to be to get all of these roads and buildings in. Again, keeping in mind that ultimately our goal is going to be, when we look at this map, that we are easily able to identify these things via the card symbols and such. I was working on other things, so all my things are wrong. Do 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 do. I don't think this layer is anything. Nope. All right, delete. Nope. I did the exact opposite of deleting. I think it's 25. Yes. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to do these roads to begin with. I need this to be bigger. I think it's 50. I think I'm gonna go 50 and then we'll scale down from there if we have to, or scale up. We need to go higher. This has a border around it. I have neon in that way. That's a little too much neon though. I don't know how I'm gonna replicate that. Is there an option here for me to give this an edge? I don't know what ribbon means. Oh, never mind. Now I do. But sometimes you just gotta read. Okay. I don't know. So we're just gonna have to vibe it. I think I'm going to... I think I know what I'm gonna do. Okay. So let's just get this going to start with. This is a darker red road, but it has a little bit more of like a pinkish hue. There we go. And it starts off somewhere like this. Oh, I should have... You know what I should have done? I should have figured out some... I should have figured out some control bindings for these things. So, okay. I want to see if I can do this. What did I do before to get this? I did like this. I have fear in my heart that it did not grab this line and instead it grabbed something else. But you know, we're gonna push through with optimism. I'm no longer feeling optimistic. Okay. Oh no, there we go, there we go. It caught it, it caught it. Mm, but it also grabbed the rest of it. Okay, so plan B is we're just gonna do this. And I'm going to grab this again. Uh, I'd like to thicken you by 5, I think. So let's do it as 10 then. There we go. It's something like that. And instead, we're going to do something like this. There we go. And we get this very subtle line outlining that road. And now that we know that that's what we'll do, I will save that for later. Because I have to continue on and do the rest of these roads first. All right. How do we do roundabouts? Hold on, let me look at the other map. Okay, so it just adds a circle there. Cool, 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 cool. Something like that. Now let's put a quick simplify vectors here. Size a little bit bigger. Get a lasso you. I'm gonna boop you over here. Something like that. We'll fix this little bitty bab. There we go. And that looks good enough for me. All right, continuing on. Doing that for that line. That up my stabilization to max. And then like that, and then down here. These rows are probably not red, huh? They sure aren't. The last red line is the circle, right? Get rid of those. All right, next we'll do orange, which is everything but going to the other thing. Okay. Let's do this one as red lines. Let's do this next one as our orange. Is distinctly yellow. It's about that orange, right? No, it's actually a pretty deep orange. Okay, that feels pretty okay. Okay, so it doesn't go to there, but it does go to here. So it'll go to there. And it goes up to the sailing? Yes, it does. Oops. Then we go to about here. And then I think this line is yellow. Oh, the whole line is yellow. Okay, so we go down here. And we go down here. Oops. And we go down here. Okay, but main road is all yellow. So all of this is going to be yellow. But the rest of this is orange. Okay. It's just that square, right? Yes. The square and the squiggly line off to the sailing club. Okay. Move that guy down a little bit. Perfect. And then over here, let's fix this a little bit. So those are the... I did that all on the red line, didn't I? you go. I got scared there. I thought we were about to get fucked. All right, now we come up here. Son of a bitch. Well, I'm glad I hadn't started choosing yellows yet. We'll fix that in post. Move this back a little bit. Dude, my shoulder? Hey, Kalino, how are you doing, my friend? How are you? My shoulder is killing me, and I think it's from doing this. My shoulder's just gonna have to suck it up because I have an entire week of working on this drawing tablet ahead of me. I had an idea of what I wanted to do for my cards and things for Asher's Ridge. And I'm like, oh, that's gonna be so cool, but also that's gonna be so much work. Oh, my shoulder. Oh my gosh, but also my back. My back isn't in pain. It's just kind of like there. It's just experiencing feelings, my back. Let me tell you, I'm extremely tempted to just work on this map off stream. But the reason that this map is an on-stream project is because I have other things I need to do offline um for pre-production. That feels a little too not yellow. It has more of that like highlighter feel, I feel. Something like that. And then like it'll highlight a little bit better with the background it's gonna have. Oh, well, while I'm here, I might as well just do a little boop 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 there. Okay, I did that a little too aggressively. There we go. Okay. Now our other yellow line. Okay, and I think the rest of this is the old road. I'm gonna do the other roads a little bit later. When do you turn brown? Oh, as soon as it becomes dotted. Oh, I do. Hmm. Go back here then. I mean, so I had a really good dream the other night that I straight up don't remember having. Like, I remember having it. I remember like waking up with really good vibes. Um, but I no longer remember. But like, I don't remember what it was, what the dream was. And like, I'm really sad about it because I think it was like, I think it was really like a fulfilling dream. So many control points in such a little thing. Why are you being dramatic like that? And I was thinking about it last night before I went to bed. I was just like, I had a really good dream last night, and I don't remember anything about it. And that makes me sad. It makes me kind of sad. Well, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw I do that. Okay. You're my yellow. I should say my roads, but I'm not. Oh my god. Let me tell you, the chord on this drawing tablet very hardy, very like thick, very rigid, very hard to move when I needed to move, and it goes right over my keyboard where I have it right now. Very also obnoxious. The thing about that being a rounded corner bothers me, and I don't know what it is exactly. It's because there's not much I can do about it. I'll be completely honest with you. Okay, so now we're gonna do what I did before. I'm gonna duplicate all of these layers. To do this. There we go. I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, but I don't know what it is, so this is the way we're doing it. Red roads. Boop. Now I'm gonna grab orange again. I'm gonna choose a darker color. I'll turn that on and boom, we have borders. And last but not least, let me turn that on and voila. Orange roads. Or rotas, you know, whatever. It will bother me. It's my insistence on typing with two hands that is really fucking me on this one. All right, now that we have those done, now we got this going on. This right here still looks so ugly. I think it's because I simplified these lines. So I should have done the same trick I did with this, with these lines. But I decided to go more organic with them. Okay, this was a crazy weekend for football. Crazy week for football in general. Not only did we have two back-to-back Monday night football games, one of them is with the Bills against the who are they up against? Somebody I didn't expect them to lose to. Um, but they lost. Pretty handedly also. And I was like, wow. I mean, always a good day for me because I don't like the Bills. It was one of those where like the Bills lost, the Niners I think lost, the the Ravens lost, the Eagles lost. I think the Cowboys won, but I'm gonna say they lost. I think they won though. I have no idea what this is down here. I just had to do a quick check to make sure this one's Zendaya. To make sure this wasn't a vector layer. Otherwise, I was going to be real sad about it. Does this line go above or below the river, you think? Above it, it appears. Okay. That means that this one's wrong. Let's just take a moment to appreciate how clean this looks before I start fucking with it some more. Oh, I should do the laser trail first, actually. I don't have that in the rough draft. I think it just goes around the entire edge of this map. Oh, it goes around the caravan park over the bridge. Of course it does. It starts from the top. It goes all around there. Goes down. Then straight back up along the coast. And this one, you just have to hoof it over the water, I guess. Get fucked. Um, and then over here also get fucked. And then over there. Okay. It also doesn't have water. Now that I'm looking at it, I didn't realize it didn't have any water. This one very obviously has water. I think this one also has water. This one, I think it's debatable, but I think it has water. This one up here, no water. Okay, so this connects to nothing else. It just goes around the edge. I can live with that. Okay, nope. We want another vector layer. Something like that. It's darker. It's lighter. It's a little bit darker. It's also a little bit more blue. It's like an evergreen color. Not too dark. I basically didn't change it. That's close though. Too dark. I was playing a mobile game this week or yesterday last night when I should have been falling asleep, and it very much has me in its grasps. Oh, I have a little bit of black here. What is that from? Leftover lines. Just fix that while I'm here. I feel like these are skinnier lines. Yeah. Let's go back to 25. 25's been like my benchmark number, and I'm doing things here. Oh no. Oh, just delete this real quick. Is that too close to each other? Maybe. I'm trying really hard not to do the little thing where I create a curve. At the beginning and or end of a line. It appears I tend to do it a lot. It's as thick as the coastline. Well, I guess it's supposed to be thicker than the coastline. These are supposed to be kind of big, actually, looking at it. Oh boy. No. I was hoping that would do something. I didn't think it would, but a girl can hope. If I had more time, I would be exploring a lot of these other options I have on here and doing a lot more reading about vector lines, etc. But I don't have time, so I'm not doing any reading, and we're just going. Back when I was in Ohio, um, I was in an environmental science club, and one of the things we did was a riverside cleanup. And it was truly the first time I had ever been out like in wilderness. And even not so much because it was the riverside of a small town, so it's not like I was going far. Um, and but like it was out in the woods, and it was a piece of the river that we were cleaning up that day, and we had to get there obviously, and we walked it, we've hoofed it, and we went by the railroad tracks that were there, and there was a pretty steep up and down, and you had to you had to climb this very muddy surface, and I'm sure that if like that's something you were experienced in, something like that you've been doing your entire life, then yeah, you would just very easily be like, yeah, yeah, whatever. This is where it's a little bit lower, right? Yeah, it kind of goes kind of low. Oh, it doesn't go up here. There's supposed to be a caravan park here. Oh, I forgot all about that. And I hella struggled trying to get up and down. I was like low key embarrassed how much I was struggling, but like I straight up, but like at the same time, I'm just like I've literally never done this in my entire life. Um, and this is the first time I've ever done anything of this sort. I am from the city. I am from the suburbs. I am from a metropolitan area. And whilst, and I'm an only child to very protective parents. So it's not like I ever had an opportunity to mess around with that kind of stuff either. Like maybe if I had siblings, I'd be like we'd be out doing shenaniganery. Um Getting into being little hooligans, you know? But I'm not. Um And my parents were also not the outdoorsy type. So, climbing that muddy or yeah, that muddy incline was so hard for me. And I did eventually make it. I was fucking tired though, scaling that. And also I didn't have like the right shoes for it either. Because I didn't have outdoor shoes. I forget what shoes I had on, but I remember thinking like, this is not it. You know, I'm gonna delete this and I'm just gonna redo it. Don't like how this looks. But so whenever I think about like outdoors, and then like the actual cleanup part was fine. That wasn't a difficulty. Just cleaning. It was just picking up trash. Although that had also been the first time I had been around like foliage like that. Like I was walking on trees and like the trees were like, not gonna lie, I hate Adobe right now. How's the mapping coming? I'm sorry that you hate Adobe right now. Um, it's going good. It's going good. I keep making little small mistakes here and there, but like, you know, we're fixing them as we go. Such as right now when I realized that forgot to place a I forgot to place the road around something else. So I didn't copy this. Are you gonna fuck me if I do this? No. Hell yeah. Alright. So now what we're gonna do. I cut and copy this, huh? Instead of maybe copying and pasting it. There we go. If you appear, yep. Alright. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here and we're gonna adjust width line. I did not like how there was, I think, a little bit not inside this, so we're just gonna do it again. And then we're gonna do this. I'm gonna yoink these colors. And I'm gonna yoink that color. And we're gonna put you under there, and boom, bing bang boom boom. We got her done. But we're getting her done. We're getting her done. We got our roads in, and now, or like our major roads. I think we have to have it like that, to be honest with you. Do I want this yellow road above it? No, it goes below. All right, gotcha. Say less. Oh, right. We're working on this trail right now because it's gonna go this way. It's gonna go over a bridge right there, and then we're just gonna go up again. I am, how you say, fighting for my life with these lines though. Hands down, probably the easiest part about all of this, and it's stressing me out. I maybe should have just found a brush for this. But yeah, just going up and down that incline and like walking and I need to fix this side. I didn't realize how messy it looked. Um yeah, look, I was just like, I've never done this, but like I was just like, I'm so sorry that it's taken me this long. But I've quite genuinely never done anything like this before. And like my friends were like really encouraging. I think the people who were like getting a little frustrated with me and wanted to move forward, um, were the people who were doing the Riverside, like who were sponsoring us for this Riverside cleanup. They're just like, who is this nerd who cannot do this simple task? And I'm like, that's me, bitch. This black line also should complete. Let's color the lines in here. But straight up, and still to this day, I haven't done anything like that since. I once again am from this city. I'm from a suburb. It is not my natural habitat. I was just it came to my mind because I was thinking about hiking and how like because this is a hiking trail. I'm just like, gosh, I wonder what it's like for people who just like do this for fun. Like, I wonder if people would like think this is a good hiking trail. Because I wouldn't think walking along the shoreline is a hiking trail, but like, I'm also decidedly not someone who would know that. Something like that for those. Oh man, the map is mapping. I sometimes I wish I had one of those like desks or one of those stands where I could like put the drawing tablet on, so it would be a little bit more vertical and a little less horizontal. Gonna grab a pillow and put it behind it. Call it a day. I might be able to finagle something. I have so much cardboard in my room. I'm gonna give my shoulder a little bit of a break. I've been playing some Minecraft. Do you guys want to see my Minecraft world while we wait for my shoulder to chill out? Oh my god, we're updating. Ooh, the One Piece season 2 poster came out, coming out in 2026. Into the Grand Line. I don't know anything about One Piece, admittedly. But it looks good. Oh, there's an ad break. Good timing. Like sometimes I kind of wish I lived in an area where there was like a lot more fauna and stuff to like walk, like somewhere I could walk around and see a bunch of fauna. I live right next to like a bayou. But like not close enough that like I could just walk to it. I don't watch season 1 yet, but I've heard good things. Yeah, I've seen a lot of clips from it and it's looked good and I like all the actors. Granted, I have nothing to compare it to, except also just a couple of clips I've seen of One Piece itself. I've been meaning to watch it. I'm bad at watching things. Oh, it's so weird seeing it at this angle. Oh, this is so good. Hold on. Okay, A. I'm gonna save what I was working on. B. Oh, there we go. Oh, let me change my video settings to something that's easier for my computer to handle while I have a file the size of Antarctica going on in the background. But this is what I got going on so far on the build. Some of you may or may not remember what the hell I'm working on. So this is my seawall. Do I still? Yeah, I do. I have a seawall here that I've been working on for fucking ever. It used to just be a purely cobblestone wall, and it's because there's a lot of drown that spawn in here. So I needed something to stop them from hitting me. But I've been working on the wall. You can see I have the entire fence line in. I have some areas that I'm considering putting in the docks, kind of like this over here, because I'm not in love with that one, but I like the pop of the teal. Thank you so much, Kalino. Thank you. And I have decided that I am making the lamps. I will wax them as the full copper. I like the teal pop in them, but I don't like how dim they are in reality. And this is about as far as I've gotten. About to around here-ish. This is, I believe, where, yeah, this is where maybe this might be where our bridge goes. I'm still trying to consider what my best option is here because we have like a whole cenote thing going on over here in which I have a lot of water features here that are caves that go down into an actual cave. So these are all water caves down here. But we have access to them thanks to the terrain. And we have a lot of terrain that looks down here, so I want to make it a feature. Also, I love that it's like different heights, right? Because it's a water cave. Like this is where this is river level, but like down here, it gets broken up, and then over there it's river level again. So I just think it's very neat, and I would like to do something with that. And I'm considering whether or not I want to do the bridge over this, or if I want to go around, just create a path that goes around here. I'm thinking I might take a path around it and then come up with something else here. I'm thinking like also maybe like floating stuff around it. I'm unsure though. But as you can see here, I've started to knock some stuff out to try and get an idea of what I want to do. Also, you can see a little bit more here. Oh, you knocked me off. I didn't even know that was possible. So what I've ended up doing here, oh, I guess I'll go around so you can see it in the daylight. What I've ended up doing here is I've started to add, I made a lot of clay pots and stuff. So, and as I was going around here, I had to start putting up lanterns, or I was putting up torches because there were some dark spots that were supposed to be taken care of by these lanterns, or yeah, by those copper bulbs, but they were not because I did not have, they were oxidized, right? And they give off less light when they're oxidized. So what I ended up doing is I started putting up lanterns everywhere, and then it kind of like escalated to its whole own thing. Because we already had these, we already knew we were going to do these, like these little seating arrangements. What I did not, I also made a ton of these, and composters, some barrels. We have the decorated pots that aren't very decorated because I don't have any of the shards or swords or whatever the hell they're called in this game. And I had a lot of note blocks. And I was like, well, what if I just started, because I was using them for the lampposts, which now look a little bit like boring in comparison to everything else. And then let me tell you, so they changed raining in this game. When it rains now, it becomes extremely atmospheric and like foggy, and it really feels like you're being rained upon. And right now I don't have a lot of my resource packs and stuff on. So I'm getting like the full downpour of rain. It's not just like the little bit I get. And I really had like the natural instinct to like want to run under something and wait out the rain so I wouldn't get wet, because I was feeling like I was going to get wet. That's how the rain feels like in this game now. So what I ended up doing is I started creating these little overhangs because I had a lot of iron bars and a lot of so many of these warped trapdoors, and I could still make a ton more. And I have a ton of the wood, so I was just doing wood stuff also. So I was like, And so along with adding a couple of decorations along because this is what I was planning on doing. This was the extent of the decoration. And then I was like, And then I was like, well, what if I also, because let me tell you how it started. I was doing this and I was like, wow, this looks a little bit naked. What if I were to add this over here? Because I still don't know if I want to keep this as grass or not. We're still not there. Part of me is thinking of making this like spruce and oak down here and making it look a little bit rustic, but I don't know. These are all of my things, by the way. That's where I have all my stuff. That won't be a feature. And so walking through here, it felt a little bit lopsided. Oh, I didn't fix this one. It felt a little bit You know what, sure. Oh, I'm right here. I might as well grab one. I started walking through here and it just felt a little bit lopsided, right? Like a lot of stuff was happening here, not a lot was happening here. So I was like, let me put that in. And I was like, oh, that looks nice. So then I was started putting these in, and I was like, and every once in a while I would put in a fence post and it would be like this. I would put a fence post and then I would put a lantern on, because I could put it like that, but that looked a little bit boring, so I was doing this. So I just had this overhanging a lot. But like it felt too, like it protruded a little too much. So I was like, well, how do I fix that? And then I was like, I started putting things down, and then I accidentally put down a clay pot. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that they floated or that I could just place them like that. I thought they were like jack-o'-lanterns. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I started putting them kind of like this, where I would put 3 down and they would be at different heights. And I started doing that sporadically throughout this, not this area. I actually started on the other side. Also, again, I'm still putting overhangs in because it felt, while it started raining, I very much felt the urge to like go and do this, you know? Or like to run from like cover to cover. And then so I started putting in these composters and note blocks and stuff to make it feel like to just clutter, to make it feel like a bunch of boxes along a dock. Even though this isn't a dock, this is a seawall, I feel this feels kind of like in Oblivion, when you're in the Imperial City, out on the docks by the slums, when you're walking around where the docks are, where all the ships are, along the wall there's a bunch of just stuff lying around, and that's kind of the feeling I wanted to get. Yeah, I started doing a lot of this. I also have been slowly waiting for these to oxidize. And yeah, I just started filling it up, and it started off very not full. It would just be sporadically here and there I would do things. Over here is a better idea of kind of how things were going, because this is where I started. So I was just doing like cutesy little things, like I would do this, and then I came through and I added a few more boxes. Like this was one of the first ones I put down. I was like, ooh, what if I did something like that? Because I started playing around, I started getting adventurous, guys, and I was like, ooh, what if the clay pot fell? Oh man. But yeah, so this is kind of what it looked like before. And it looks fine. But like this compared to like this, you know? This feels a little bit more lived in. This feels more, I'm just placing things down. And as I've been putting this stuff down, I've just been thinking, what if I carve into some of these walls and add little buildings and stuff? Like, what if I make this I don't know, just like a shop of some sort. Like right here, this wall right here felt very much like I could just cut into this and make a store in there. Maybe throw some villagers in. I'm not sure. I have a village right across this hill, basically. Another little one of these. That tarp in particular is to cover the merchandise. Oh, I also had that I just walk right by it. Oh, I also have some of these these copper boxes. This is supposed to be pushed back, but right now I have a bunch of junk in here that I moved from over here. And over here, I just thought this looked neat. I just thought this looks nice. And we're going to have the bridge somewhere over there. And I'm going to push back all of this is going to get pushed back because the river gets really tiny over there. And I'm going to get shot by things on the other side. So I want to widen it up a little bit more. So I just, and especially with whatever I end up doing over here with the cenotes, cenote is the name of Mexican underwater caves. Typically there's a large hole and that goes down really deep and then goes out sprawling into a huge underwater cave system. And they're called cenotes. And so that's why I call them that. It's like Cenote, I think, is a cenote. But I just thought this would be like a neat little spot to like stop and, you know, take in the sights. So I made like this whole thing, but with like still stuff on it, you know? But yeah, now this area looks so much brighter. And you'll see the difference here because this is about where I've stopped working. Because I'll just get on and I'll work for like maybe 30 minutes and then I'll get off. But you'll start to be able to get a feel of what it used to look like this. I'll just do little things like that. A few little boxes here and there. And then over here, I haven't even put in the light post. That's how you know. I haven't even worked over here yet. You could see my torches for where they are going to be. I did do the border though, so it looks like a little something's going on. Yeah, cenote. Yeah, I believe that's what it's spelled like. A cenote. But yeah, I think it's coming along. We're about 50% done with decorating all of this. Although, like I said, I'm not exactly happy with our lights anymore, our lamp posts. So I might change that up. I'm also, not for right now, but I think it would be neat to do, have you guys heard of the, oh man, what are they calling it? I forget what they're calling it. It has like a name now, the building style, but it's like moving stuff, like not using any like world edit, not using any mods or anything. There's a combination of redstone and building that exists now in Minecraft, where you do things to create movement in builds by creating actual movement in builds. I've done nothing here, if you're curious. Oh, but the rain has made me want to like do what I'm doing here for my entrance, where I want this. I want the trees to create covering for me. I now want to do this for all of this pathway because specifically of the rain. Nah, I got nothing, boss. I'll look it up here in a second. But that, oh, I forgot this guy's bald on top. I forgot to put the I forgot to put a trapdoor on there. I'm so sorry, guy. There you go. There you go, bud. Don't worry. We'll cover that up right away. But I'm thinking of doing that. I don't know how, nor do I know where. Oh, but see how dark it gets here because these are oxidizing? Like right here, this is too dark. I want this to be bright. I much prefer this to be bright than to this be green. Because I think this is neat. I think it looks nice. But I don't like how not bright it is. And I thought I would be okay with it being a little bit more moody, but I'm not. Let's see. Let me look it up. Oh, so you know who talks about it a lot? Mog Swamp. I literally watched a video about Mog Swamp talking about it, and that's how I found out it had a name. I'd seen this before with flags before. And then I saw Mumbo Jumbo use the concept to make fans. Oh, not his lives. I think he was doing it in his shorts. Fortunately, he makes a lot of shorts. Moving Minecraft builds. Uh, moving Minecraft flags. God, I just cannot type right now. Ah, here we go. Build stone. And that's good because I literally was about to pull up this guy. And all it is just redstone and trapdoors. As he says, inside of them. And obviously like slime blocks and honey blocks. Yeah, it's sick. And and yeah, like that looks awesome. And yeah, it is like that's sick. Also, phenomenal world. 10 out of 10 looks great. But like just those flags billowing in the wind in vanilla is crazy work. I also keep wanting to like I'm getting the urge to like build a mountain or build like crazy terrain. But I'm like busy, so I can't. But like let me tell you, a time is coming in which it will happen. There's also the fans. The fans also look sick. Mumbo Jumbo has used these to some great effect. And yeah, it's just a bunch of redstone for timing. It's just timing redstone. And it's as compact. They're making it as compact as possible, right? And it's just a bunch of trapdoors. It's just a bunch of trapdoors that flip accordingly. That like flap open and flap closed. And just like that, you have a literal moving fan. And then you can put more decorations on it to look a little bit more interesting. But like that looks sick. Also, I've seen people do water like this, which also is sick. It's just more observers and a bunch of pistons going off, moving glass panes in particular. As you can see there. And just it's all decorated, right? So you could see it. So it looks like it's moving, and then this one is using the tipped arrows to give that effect. I think that's slow falling, actually a slow falling arrow. So they're bouncing off of slow sand, soul sand. And they're just bobbing up and down. The same thing that people do for Ender Pearl travel. And same thing. And you can see like the bubbles in the water there. And then there was no water here. Also, there's the smoke coming out from campfires that's underneath this. But yeah, there was no water happening here. All that's happening is that these are coming in and out. But it looks sick, doesn't it? Oh, and the background is moving. That's what's giving the illusion. The background is being moved and recycled. But yeah, so it's called Buildstone. Buildstone is the effect now. Oh, this is what I've seen. I've seen a lot of people do this. But yeah, he did this with a fountain, which I think looks nice. Just give a little boop, 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 feel to it. But yeah, it's sick. I saw, like I said, I saw Mumbo Jumbo do this on his build. And I thought it looked crazy. And then he tried out a bunch of different types of them. But like they just look it just looks sick. I like this movement that can be done. So I am like I'm tempted to look for something or try to come up with something that I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe to this guy because I'm not gonna go looking for this again. But I think it's gonna give a lot of personality, more personality to the build than already exists. Again, I don't know what I would do because these are pretty big. That's actually wild. It's crazy. I think it looks absolutely sick, but it's insane. And like I've seen small versions of a lot of these, like the flag. It's not my first time seeing the flag do that. I had seen it in the past, but the way that this person improved it made it a lot more viable. Because the other one, the redstone that I remember seeing, was not very compact. It was more like a concept, I think. A lot of times people just do conceptualizations of things in hopes that someone else can come up with like the better way of doing it. So I don't know what I would do, but I want to do something, you know? I guess it also depends on what I would do here. I could also see like some sort of redstone mechanic or redstone contraption where I just spit something out of like the wall or something. Like it goes boop, spit something out into the water and calls it a day. I want some kind of movement here and I just don't know what it is. Maybe I'll put llamas around here. Maybe that's what I'll do with my llamas and make them my villagers. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing around here. But first I have to finish it and then maybe also revisit these lampposts because they look a little boring now. Oh, also I have seen all the new stuff about the Nautilus shells with the guys. So I'm looking forward to that. I have some thoughts and ideas of what I could do for an underground build or underwater build. But for now, we gotta look. Here's the thing: once we get all of our things going, all of our farms ready, and like our pathways, I think we're gonna hit the ground running. Like some of these things I was able to do very quickly because I have farms in place. One farm I don't have in place is iron farms, and they've kind of fucked how iron farms kind of work now. So I'm kind of glad I didn't do an iron farm before, but like I'm also now a little afraid to figure out what iron farm I can make now. But yeah, I'm a fan of how this looks. I do think I think these add the little bit of pop of color I need to balance out this side and this side. But this side was always going to have more neutral tones, right, than this side. What this does fuck up for me is I wanted to make trash cans here, where I could go up to something, hit a fuck. Well, I can't do anything about that. I wanted to go up here, hit a button, and then I want to set up trash cans around my world so I can just go to places and throw things away, and they instead of despawning, because I'm constantly moving. So things aren't despawning; they're just chilling in the world. So I wanted to hit something and have a trash can that would throw things away further down, or like a barrel that I could throw stuff in, and then it would go doom 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 doom, where I couldn't hear it and throw things away for me. But I'm using them as decoration here, so I can't really do it. Like I'm gonna have to figure out something else. Like maybe I'm actually just gonna have to use a straight up chest. And like hide it behind some trapdoors or something. But I am excited about how this is looking. Granted, I do think this is going to make me bringing my frogs over a little bit more difficult, but you know what? Worth it to not just have a huge eyesore in the build. I think the other reason that I want something like a living or something happening is because once we get to the oak layer of this, nothing is happening. I have no decoration up there. It just is. And I think that's realistic to what one would do. But I feel like there should be something over there, and I just don't know what it would be. So that's what I got going on. I haven't done anything else of interest anywhere. I've literally just been working on this wall in the little bit of time I've had in these past couple of months. It's just been like me coming on, looking at things, and then maybe logging off, or coming in, trying something, liking it or not liking it, and then getting off. Like I said, I've been in this world for like maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes every once in a while, doing something and then heading off and doing some work elsewhere. Oh, let me check something real quick. I need to make sure that something is working. My shoulder is feeling better, by the way. I need like one of those like massage guns or something to just like get it going. I just got some stuff in so I can do some other stuff. And bet a house on that. Okay, got it. It's not real. Oh my gosh, you gotta get one. They work wonders. Do they? Do they actually? Some part of me always thinks that they're a little bit like a scam, like the you know those little massage things you could like get in like Walgreens or whatever, those like little things. Um, I remember always wanting one when I was a kid because it looked fun. Always was just like no. And you went to this point. I'm also just like no. Let me go in and fix some of these. Didn't I? Did I not just hit with play? Dude, let me tell you, this thing I have for Spotify on my Steam Deck is trash. It just fails to recognize that it exists constantly. And it's like, like what device? What? How about this device? The same device we've been using this entire time. Have we considered that? Piss me off. There we go. Just had to fix it again. Nah, I use one for my neck when and shoulder blade when they start feeling tight and deaf. Oh, I'll have to look at it then. Look at the brands and pick one up because I am starting to feel it. My shoulder is definitely starting to feel some kind of way. Not as young as I used to be. 'Cause I think it would be sick. Sometimes I imagine going to like a masseuse and them just like working on like my body as a whole and them just being what kind of fucking car accident did you get into? And I'm like life baby, that's the accident I've been on. Dude, speaking about car wrecks, my and so I'm playing a 40K game over on 40K Warhammer game TTRPG game over on Praxis channel, and Pope World Build is our GM in that game. And I know next to nothing about the Warhammer universe. I know enough to get to understand what people are kind of like talking about. When I'm listening to my friends talk about Warhammer. But I could not carry a conversation on my own about it. I can simply be supportive. And so as I've been like doing everything on my character, it's been very much just like, is this something that my character would do? Like I've had so many wiki pages up looking things up because I decided I chose to be an inquisitor, I think is what it is the class archetype. And apparently those are like the, how would I describe it? So the 40k universe is a universe that exists in belief. So if enough people believe something, then it is true. So like there is this emperor that exists that has been alive for a long time because a lot of sacrifices are being made to keep him alive. But it's not just a one-sided thing where like he is the emperor because he says so. But he is the emperor because he has powers that he uses to make sure that everyone like stays safe. And like he actually uses his powers to help out everyone and to try and keep humanity essentially the strongest in the universe full of a bunch of aliens and stuff. And the thing is that it's not just exclusive to us or to the humans of the world. Like their belief system is not the only one that can literally be backed by belief. Everyone's does, but no one believes that the other faction is as strong as their faction or is real, like that their faith doesn't actually give them the abilities that their does. And admittedly all a little silly, but like if you truly believe in something, you are going to like it's real. Like if you think like hard enough about getting a blessing, you probably could get a blessing from the emperor or one of the other saints. Because that shit's real in this universe, right? So like being a zealot, there's a couple of like factions of different zealots that are like kind of all a little bit crazy. But like, is it crazy if it's real, you know? So like, for example, with them, like there's one cult of the emperor that does that like do some pretty horrific things to themselves and their bodies in the name of the emperor for his power or to gain strength from him, right? And like I'll be damned, it works. They do, in fact, they're some of like the strongest, craziest bitches in the world, and because of that, so it's like one of those things like they're right. Like they're crazy, but they're right. And so when I was looking at what the fuck to do with my character. I was very much thankfully guided by Pope to lead me in a direction for my character to go. And so my character, if you want to think about it in like D&D terms, is kind of like a paladin, where they but like a paladin in a world where everyone believes in the same god, essentially, and that god is the emperor. And the emperor actually does things. Oh, hello, 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 pigs. And so through that, it's kind of like the scariest thing about it is if other people want to do like some heretical things, then things get a little bit testy. So I think I want to do these. I think these are all in black, right? Yes. And so my character, you know what? I didn't make any decisions. I suggested that if they wanted me in a situation where they were doing less than holy things, that hey, maybe don't have me around. Like, hey, maybe me being there is not the best idea. So I gave them the opportunity to not have me there. I was like, you don't need me. Like, you're just going, you're having a little bit of a goof time over there. You don't need me there. I can go do my own thing. And I did, in fact, go and do my own thing. And then, they thought it would be funny if I, in fact, were included in this in this endeavor. And so I was invited into this endeavor. That included some of the most capital H heretical things that were happening on this ship. And it's quite genuinely, literally my job to report that kind of thing. So I did. I did in fact report it. I was just like, hey, boss, there's some shit happening here that I think you need to know about. And I have been informed that I have begun that there were things happening, in fact, in the background. And I have moved up the timeline of those people, and things are gonna get real bad real quick. So quick, in fact, that we were gonna stop at in a death world real quick to do some repairs after an attack that happened on the ship. And yeah, there's other people there, huh? There's some people there. Not just the people we were expecting, but like some people were there. And they immediately started shooting us. So like at our vehicle. So like not feeling great about that. And after the fact, Pope was telling us that it's not the worst thing that could have happened, but it's definitely up there with some of the one of the worst things that could have happened. Like it's not the darkest timeline, but it is not a bright timeline. And I was like, look, I gave us all an opportunity to not invite me. Because I know what my job is here. And you all know who I'm not hiding that I'm an Inquisitor or Inquisitor adjacent. And in fact, it would have taken a lot for me to actually say something because particularly in my position, um, I am like up for promotion essentially. So I don't, so like I want to do things on my own. I don't want to ask like mom to come and help. So the fact that, I in fact was like, yes, I need to report an incident that is above me. Okay, so that is our sailing club. I'll consider what I want to do later about building things. I need to move this map over here so I could see what is just an ambiguous blob and what's an actual building. Okay. Hmm. I am gonna do the service building here. I can't tell if vector lines are making me take more or less time on this. I knew it. I knew something was hiding there. Now that I know what to look for, now I know when things are hiding, their little faces. I think it would go a lot faster if I had if I had key bindings for these things, but I don't. When do I think I really have time to come up with key binds? It used to be a lot better if I didn't always like double click somehow. Do that as our service building. Caravan is not an actual building. Oh, the bus line. Right. I'm concerned. Oh, no, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I just saw the recovery thing pop up and I was like, uh oh. Maybe I should make this a straight line. Let's lead all this. It's maybe. Still don't know what exactly that's supposed to do. Oh, select dust. Nope, I still have no idea. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. I keep hoping I'll figure it out. Because there's also a delete short lines thing. I guess it kind of is. Also kind of not really. Fuck. I do want to make these straighter, so it's fine that I just move these along. Oh, I see that. All these lines and I picked the wrong one. I'm just doing this. I'm just gonna do this. Sorry, my concentration mode is at a max right now. Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, so that's the bus line. Again, we are doing a remake of this amazing topographical map that Rory Montford has provided us for her Asher's Ridge game, in particular the quick start that she has up at the moment. So nothing is final, nothing is finalized. This game comes out sometime next year, so there's plenty of time for many changes to be made. However, I'm playing this game next week. Next Wednesday, I'm playing this game, so I am going to be. I want to remake this map, both for me because I've never done a topographical map and I really enjoy doing map things. It's a fun hobby, and I have never done a topographical map, so it's exciting to me. And B, because this in this image in particular is not very it's a little hard to see some things, and I'm getting old, other people are getting old, and I just want to make things a little bit easier to see. I know we have this phenomenal little this isn't a compass, but like we have the coordinates over here for this grid system. So you'll be able to figure it out anyways, but since I'm on digital, we can just zoom in and look at things. So I want to be able to accommodate for that. Like, I know this is Main Street here because I know that this yellow line is Main Street, but that says nothing. The same thing with this one. I have no idea what road that is. But there's a road there and it has a name. Same thing with these. Like, all of these have names, but they're very hard to see. Just due to the fact that this is a quick start. I'm sure this is not how the map is going to look like at the end of the day. This is just what the rough draft, which is a very completed rough draft, mind you. But for me, I just wanted this area in particular, Asher's Ridge, the town, to be a little bit easier to see some things because this is where I believe we are going to be operating the most out of. And I want us to be able to have like a better sense of where everything is located because once again, this is a quick start. And not everything is provided in the quick start. However, on the map, everything is in fact provided for you, all 40 areas. And so and over half of them are right here in Asher's Ridge. So I would like to, even if we don't have descriptions for these areas, I would like to have these areas mapped out. So that's what I'm doing. That is what we're up to. That is what is up. I'm not doing a 1-to-1 of Asher's Ridge. I've decided to change it up. I've moved the coastline up a little bit, and I've moved the southern tip of this area down a little bit in an effort to give myself more space to make these buildings a little bit larger. So they're more easily seen, they're more visible. And that's where we're at. Now we're all caught up. We have our fire station here. I'm not sure whether there's 2 buildings here, but I've also never thought to look at a fire station. The top down of a fire station. This needs to be, I'm just gonna move this down actually. Even though I'm being precious, this is the only thing on this layer. I can still make this a little bit skinnier. This is a me issue, by the way. This is me touching the screen more than once, and that's why I'm getting these very erratic corners. This would all be solved if I had a little bit more practice. But I haven't touched the drawing tablet in a long time for anything serious. So I'm a little out of practice. But yeah, I may have gotten everybody killed not in our 40k game. Everyone may not make it out alive. Hey, but if we do make it out alive and we survive everything that comes after us staying alive, things are gonna be great. We're all gonna get huge promotions out of it. That I think looks fine. I knew it. There's always one hiding there. Let's see. I'm jamming. Oh, you're jamming for the first time, and you're. Oh no, you're 90% sure next session's gonna be a TPK. You're scared, man. I am. I do not envy you. But, you know, TPKs aren't always all bad. It's just an opportunity for a new moment of storytelling. My friend Trooper loves to die in games. He, I feel, actively tries to get his characters killed. And it stresses me out when I'm in a game with him. Because I'm like, stop it. Stop that. I'm the exact opposite. I try really hard to keep my characters alive because I'm really bad at handling my character's deaths. Well, I'm fine. I don't have any like bleed or anything like that. But I am competitive, and if I feels like losing when that happens, it's a personal problem. It's a me problem. That I've been working on. I've been slowly trying to get myself to die in more things, so I can learn to deal with it and be okay with it. And this is like the first time I play something that I'm like, you know what? We might die. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Because I think it serves the story pretty well. And also because dying in game is also like a tie to the Emperor. So like it's a win-win for my character, truly. Let's say half the table is playing RPG for the first time, so they made some pretty weak builds. Because of this, I already did some balance changes in the pre-written I picked, but I don't know if it would be enough. Oh no. What you could always do, I mean, it depends on the story and your friends and yourself. And I guess the module is I mean, always emphasizing that you can run. Like, you can run away, get out of there. You don't have to fight the thing at once. Like, will there be maybe consequences if that happens? Like, maybe the enemy is going to get stronger. At the same time you're getting stronger, maybe. But like, I think really emphasizing, hey, you can run away, I think goes a long way. And because let me tell you, that's one thing we don't do a lot in TTRPGs. People should run away more often. That I think would save many people's lives. I need one of those like Uncle Sam posters, but it just says run away. Stay alive and run away. It's okay to run away. And or also like the classic like I'm just toying with you, big bad evil guy like speech, and just leave them broken on the ground as they maniacally laugh and leave. You know, I feel like if you don't want to TPK them, I think there's a couple of options, but I mean, it's also a lesson in, hey, run away, smile. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Because if it's the first time they play an RPG, I mean, what are the chances it's the first time playing a game, right? Because like people die in video games all the time. So it'd be a good way of getting them to understand the consequences of their own actions also. Oh, there is a road that goes around these terraces, huh? Which we've learned that these terraces are actually terraced homes, which are row houses. As I'm familiar with it, I'm more familiar with the term row house than I am with a terraced house. Oh, look at me not fucking up right there. It just looks funky. I believe. You could also just straight up tell them, hey guys, I know this is your first time playing an RPG, so I'm gonna let you know that we're in a situation that's real bad. And there's a chance y'all could die. For example, in the map that came with the module, there's a really big barrel full of gasoline in there. Oh, but there's no mention of it written down. Oh, I'll let them use it as a bomb against the boss. According to the system, a gallon of gasoline is 12d6 damage, fire damage. So if they notice it, I think they'll be fine. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think you can really hold their hand a little bit. Like, again, if you don't want them to TPK. I think you can hold their hand a little bit and be like, hey, do you want to look around to see if you can find something that can maybe help you in this situation? But I'm also pro fuck around and find out, you know? Like in the very first D&D game I ever played, um I it was the Lost Mines of Phandelver, which I feel like a lot of people know that one if you're familiar with 5e. Or 5e was like your first one. But we were we were just traveling. We were in literally the intro of the module, and you get ambushed by gobos, right? A bunch of goblins. And my character was a fighter, a pretty tanky fighter, for a level 1. And I got shot, I got crit, I got a high roll of damage against me, and I died. I didn't even get to act. First thing that happened to me was I got shot and I died. But my GM panicked and he was like, you don't it's fine. You stabilize and you're just unconscious and we'll take you to the town you were gonna end up in anyways. And we go. It was so funny. The very first thing that happened is I died. Not only I died, but I think our wizard also got one hit KO'd. So like it was and I mean like I got killed. I mean like the damage was so much that it went past my health. So I straight got one hit. But my GM was benevolent and was like, we literally just started. It was really funny. Or you could let them all die horrible deaths. You could just let them all die horrible deaths as that gasoline explodes anyways. That's really fun. Have a good one, Kalina. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, absolutely. Hit me up, Callan, with whatever. I'll look forward to hearing from you. Also, hi, Crit Witch. How you doing? Kind of hard to explain, but the boss of the module is like a beholder with a weakness for each eye. One dies if it takes fire damage, electric damage, slashing, etc. There's a lot of crap in the arena for them to use. Oh, yeah. That's neat. Again, I would really emphasize on them that they can run away. I would really emphasize, hey guys, you can run away. If things are looking bad, running is an option. Unless it's not an option. Unless they're fucked in that arena. Locked in there. We did that with I think it was in a Prax game, our last D&D game. I promise I don't just play D&D. But we were doing a Greyhawk game, and we walked into a room and there was a dragon in there, and it absolutely melted our tank. And we were all kind of hurt. And we just Scooby-Dooed right the fuck out of that place because the dragon couldn't chase us through that room. So we just skedaddled the fuck out of there. There will be a really big door with an elevator behind them. Uh-oh. So if they want to run, they run. Yeah. But the town will be consumed if they let the creature live. Look. You win some, you lose some. No, but I would really emphasize that they can look around. If there's things they can find to help them out. And hopefully they figure it out fast enough. I would also just really emphasize, hey guys, you guys can really die here. you guys, you guys are in trouble. This is going to be a difficult battle. Um, good luck. But like in like the GM way, you know how like GMs are always really cryptic about it, just to be a little bit like scary, put the fear of God in them. And then just really be like, hey, just I if they're not getting it, I would really hold their hand through it, especially if they're all new players or the majority new players. I would really hold their hand through it. But that sounds fun. It sounds like a fun module and a um fun story that's about to be told. One way or another, I think it's going to be a good one. Because at a certain point, there's only so much one can do for the player. There's only so many times you can tell someone, hey, I think this is a bad idea, what you guys are about to do. And them going, nah. That there's only so much you can do with that. There we go. And that's why the gasoline barrel is there. It's 26 and one shot the boss if they roll high enough. And it will make a cool thing. Yeah. It'll be sick. Especially if they're running away. Like, they can just do a cool guys don't look at explosions, set up the gasoline as they go up the elevator. Do a little bit of both. Just both run away and also kill the big bag evil guy at once. Let me make this a little bit bigger. That's gonna be a lot of fun though. Like I said, one way or another, you'll get a good story out of it. And at the end of the day, isn't that really what TTRPGs are about? Just telling the good story. How you doing today, Crit Witch? How you doing? Impenitus. Grab it. There we go. I feel like I'm playing a game. What is it called? Surgery? Is that the name of the game? Operation's called Operation. Where you have to sit there and be like super particular about what you touch and don't touch. Otherwise, you get the I wish I had hotkeys for all of these functions, but I don't. Okay, and there's a morgue over here, and it's right behind this place. Oh, okay. Wait. I like what they did here. Even though I have a square here. Fun. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. One of the players has more experience with the system and ended up making a build too strong compared to the other, so he decided to change the build to not steal the spotlight too much. Oh, that's really kind of him. That's really considerate. And hopefully he can be like, hey, gasoline's right there. Or let's look around. Maybe there's something around that can help us. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm starting to guess I didn't do this fucking corner. And I want to curve this a little bit because the morgue is back here. I want you guys to be proud of me. I almost got into working on another project from in this mobile game that I play. And I said I am busy instead of of working on that project. It's always not a lot. It's always just like a little bit of work, but it is time consuming. So like the thing I would have had to do was sort through a bunch of screenshots with information on them that I need to sort through to best discern an average of one of the averages between it. And that doesn't take super long, but it does take time. And I said I'm busy. I almost stuck around and did it. Again, no one's forcing me. I'm forcing me. Because I want to know the answer, right? Like, I want to also know. I want to curve it this way because um, I want more room for the morgue over here. Everyone was just casting little spells, shooting with little pew 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 pistols, and he was throwing curse electric chainsaws. That's sick. It's like a power you can put in a weapon that allows it to be thrown 9 meters away into a target and pulled back in the same action, dealing bonus damage. You put it into a chainsaw. That's sick. Honestly, perfect for my dream of doing a throwing build. I want you to know, I still try to shoehorn a throwing build in every game I play. I've been watching this TCG player, this Pokemon. Well, I guess he's not a TCG player, but this Pokemon creator, um, who competes um in Pokemon tournaments, specifically those in the video game, and one of the things he mentions in a lot of his videos is how he always like the first thing he always does every regulation, every like change of rule sets, he always tries to see if his favorite build is going to work that that regulation or not, like if it's viable or not. It's the first thing he always checks. And I feel the same way whenever I get into a new system. I always try to make a throwing build. In fact, in this other game, space game that I'm playing, that's off stream, it's a Stars Without Numbers game. My character in that game is also about to die. Um, my character in that game is a strong gal, and in the game we are a rescue team. So we get or emergency rescue team. So we take jobs that, take us to places that are having emergencies and we help out. Though we're all still low level, so we're only taking like the smaller jobs. However, one of these jobs that we had was that we just got into is we were in a disaster zone, a natural disaster zone that had just gotten hit by a hurricane and they needed help ASAP. And so, we were on it. And one of the things we needed to help with was a building was about to collapse and there were people still trapped inside of it. So we went in and did so, right? But we were definitely on a timer. And so we are so we weren't going to be able to save everyone because they were in pretty terrible shape. Like none of them could really move on by themselves. So I have so we desperately tried to get as many of them out as we could. But there was two that were going to get left behind, and it was one of these choices where my character could have gotten out with one person, and then one person would be left in the rubble, probably dead. Because again, none of them were great off. They were crushed from the initial collapse, or trapped, hurt, etc. from the initial collapse. Or my character could stay there and see if they could help after the fact, right? After the collapse, because the building was going to collapse no matter what we did. It's a high, from what I understand of Stars Without Numbers, is that it's a realistic game, like a gritty game. And my GM definitely wanted to play it that way, so that's the thing that attracted him to the system. So one of the themes is, the gritty realism. And so my character is, we're still pretty young in the game. We haven't like played a terrible amount just yet. We're also getting to know each other and our abilities, etc. And truly us, the system, because we don't really know the system very well either. All of this level 4, by the way, that's crazy, pigs. And my character is very happy-go-lucky. Like, her thing is that she's extremely charismatic and she is extremely strong, but she's not super intelligent. Like, she's intelligent socially, but not in a way, and she's also not very wise. So she definitely makes decisions off of the heart, right? And so the decision that I chose for her to make, because I'm the one in charge of her, is oh, that's why that's appearing, of course. Um um so my character made the decision to stay. She was going to stay and she was going to try and like help and shelter the people there. However, man, the rolls were not on my side. So like I failed the initial saving throw as the building collapsed. But somehow the people I was with did. So even if I do die, which is a very real possibility I die, I did my part. I saved those people. I may have had to sacrifice myself for it, but I saved them. And that'll be a consequence that my friends will have to deal with with my death. I'm also partially okay with my character dying because we have two kind of faces in the team. Because my character rolled really well in charisma along with our with somebody else. Like they're both like that other character is also strong, charismatic, and stupid. So we just rolled a very similar character. So I'm totally okay with re-rolling and trying to fill out our squad a little bit more. But I'll let I'll let the dice tell the story. And the story so far is that my character's gonna fucking die. But we'll find out. my DM my GM also messaged us saying like because my character was also the catalyst of why everyone is working together because I'm the one who invited everyone on the crew despite this not being my project. I just saw my friend just called me and was just like, "Hey, well, I say my friend. Everyone is my friend. Um, and that's just how my character plays it. Everyone is a friend, even if I've only spoken to you a little bit. Um, and so my GM messaged us and was like, "Hey, I want you all to come up with like a want you guys to think about why you said yes to PB's character when they invited you on this project of becoming rescue service people." Um and yeah, so it's just like, hey, think about why maybe you said yes. And I'm just like, I'm smelling as the dust settles, you see the broken body of your uh of PB's character as they let out their final breath or something like that. I'm definitely seeing the scene um occur and a little bit of a flashback montage going down. I'm just like, part of me is just like, I think it would hit a lot different if this weren't literally going down our third session. But like, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what the vibe is. The one thing about that game is that there's not a ton of personality going down in it. It wasn't very roleplay heavy. It's just sort of we're gonna go do this and we're gonna go do that, all right, and we're done. It's thus far in these 2 episodes. But it also means that I have to come up with a concept for a new character. Because the cliffhanger was me having a building collapse on top of me, um, and failing a saving throw. So I'm just like, what kind of character do I want to make now? We have our medic, we have our tech. I have to look at all the other sub factions of, because we're not really gonna be fighters. That wasn't a desire the group had. And it's also not a system you really want to fight in. It's very much like it's very easy to die in that system. Clearly. Yeah, this B&B cannot be the biggest building. It absolutely cannot be the biggest building here. Let's just bring you down just a little bit back down to size. One of the players is kind of expecting to die because of the background she chose that says she has dreams about how she'll die. Oh, did she have did she have a dream about dying? We also have a character actually in that game who can actually see ahead in time. Thinking about it now, we also have one of those characters. I'm not very familiar with everyone's characters because, again, we've only just started playing this game. Now that I'm thinking about it, but you can't predict the crazy shit my character is gonna do. That's for sure. No, they're just ambitious. If they die, I'll tell you all about the character, so you guys can know who they are as a person. Also, if they do die, I am glad I did not really think too hard about their background. I have a generalized idea about who they are and their background and their family and stuff, but I did not go in depth as I could have. Mostly because I had 3 session zeros in a very small amount of time. And there's only so much brain power I have. Spartan is also really large. I need to make these a little bit bigger. But yeah, that's how I'm gonna die in 2 of my games. Both of my space games, actually. Which have both stressed me out because I had a session 0 for both of them, one after another, basically. I had one on like a Friday and the other one on the Saturday, on the Sunday. She let me decide her death dream, and I decided that her dream was about dying to the boss of the module since she expects it to come up eventually in the adventure. Oh, if she survives, there's a creature in the system that hunt people that trick death so I can build up on this. Ooh, that's spicy, pigs. That's real spicy. Oh, good stretch. Oh, that was a phenomenal stretch. had to rearrange some things real quick. Yeah, I did my session 0 for this game, I think on a Monday or Tuesday. Then that Friday I had a Stars Without Number session 0. And then that Sunday I think I had the 40K session 0. And and then I had the microscope game that week also, I think. Or maybe it was either the week before or the subsequent week. It was a subsequent week. Then so I had yes. Yeah. So I had 4 different games that I had to become familiar with really quickly. Because I was informed about all of them pretty on top of each other. Good times though. My only thing is there is going to be a little bit in the beginning of November. I am not going to be as readily available. Because I don't know what I'm gonna have scheduled. There's one thing I've learned about getting doctor's appointments is that it's very much a good luck, have fun energy to it nowadays. Maybe it always is, but I didn't have to do my own doctor's anything before. So it feels very much like it's gonna be very opportunistic, a lot of these moments coming up. There's a lot of these battery shaped buildings. I wonder if that's like a realistic look at a bunch of buildings from the top, or if that's just like a stylistic choice. But it is a lot of um it is very interesting because like I said, I am working just personally, me, myself, and I, on learning to deal with death in games a little bit better. Like from a mentality standpoint. Because again, due to my competitive nature, I perceive it as losing, and it's not. You're not losing if you die in a game, but you tell my brain that. So I'm trying to slowly reprogram it. So it's interesting that all of this is kind of like coalescing at once. Like, I was also prepared to die in the Seasons of Death game that I played with Trooper, because, like I said, Trooper is always ready to die in the game. And I wanted to keep that energy when I played in the game. In that game, I wanted to be like, I am going to be okay with dying. If I die here, I will be okay with it. I will be like my mantra was, I will be okay with dying. But I would have been really bummed if I would have died in that game. I just like the character. And I would have, and I think it would have been, I think it's, she has a lot more story to tell. But I'm learning to be better about it. And you know what? I didn't die in that game, so she's somewhere on a beach drinking a mojito with her girlfriend, staying away from all the vampires in as much sun as she possibly can be. Actively trying to ignore her past and instead working for her future. But knowing that the day will come where she is going to have to. She is going to have to deal with the literal demons. So she can live once and for all in peace. Now that Werewolves this season is over, I need to go back and watch those VODs over on Troopers YouTube. So I can catch up with what's happening. Like I watched some parts of it. Um but it was at a not a great time for me, like great hour. So I didn't get to watch all of it. Once again, having an elementary school right next to a river feels like a bad idea. But who am I to judge? I feel like I can make both of these a lot bigger. It's something like that. I can rearrange them once I start doing the background. Doing the not the background, but the I mean it is the background. But I mean the like the shrubbery and all of that. My question is, why are there so many points on something I literally just clicked the fastest I possibly could? I'm literally tapping the screen and it's placing down an infinite amount of control or little, they're called control points. I just looked. All these control points. Like, what are we doing? Aside from just wasting my time. I think that's all. Oh, nope. Big house. Big house. I keep going for the purple one. It's the red one I need to be tracing. Big house. Big house. Ooh, ha, ha. Man, I'm in a surprising amount of games considering how I was considering playing no games. Like I was gonna have my October off. I was gonna do October, November off. And yet somehow here I am. I was gonna do my Spooktober solo game. One, I was gonna do the Where's Waldo game. And maybe another solo game, like a small little thing. And instead I'm doing a group play game. And a 40k game and this off-stream game. It's actually been a pretty light year for me. I haven't played in a ton of games this year. Which is fine. I don't mind. I've been working on other things. I think it worked. Oh, it worked. Oh my god, I figured it out. Huge. Huge. Oh my god, that's gonna save me so much fucking time. Oh my god, I'm so glad I figured it out right as I finished. It's okay. I have this other building over here, this old radio station. I think it's the only other building. Oh no, there's a couple over here. I'll put them on this layer also, why not? Because I fucked this one, it's not gonna delete. There we go. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna do the Walzo's game on Thursday instead of Wednesday, instead of tomorrow, so I could do an ounce of advertise. I don't know if I want to do it this week or if I want to do it like next week on Thursday, you know? I'm almost done with all my Waldo stuff, but like, it's definitely not been a priority. I could also do it the last week and just double up on the last week in October when my anxiety is at the highest. It's cool that the system we're using has like kind of an official soundtrack for some of the creatures in the book for the fights against them. That's sick, Pigs. What system is it? What are you guys playing in? Doesn't have anything. This logging area does. Oops. A little big. Just a little big. Just a little bit. Look, I just want these things to be visible. Is that such a crime? I think that's the only other building. Oh, no. Log cabin. The thing is that the things out here are going to have to be scaled a bit. Because this is where, like, you can actually pay attention to how big things are. There's water here that I need to fill in. You know, let's do these buildings first and then I'll come back for it. I don't think that exactly where some of these things is exactly super consequential, which is why I'm being kind of liberal with where I'm placing some of these buildings. Just do one last little look-see-loo for any other buildings that may be around. Convention camping. We can't really have a building up there, I don't think. I've also not looked up what a cairn is. And I feel like I really need to at some point. Paranormal order. Oh, there's even a creature in the book that's like this, like one of the big gods that has an ability where he starts playing his soundtrack so loud it does sanity damage. Oh shit. That's awesome. I love that. I love when we get mixed media in games. I fear we do not use it enough. It reminds me of the battle against Raphael in, is it Raphael in Baldur's Gate 3? How he has his own soundtrack and everything. I'm gonna do this. Every time it does that, I just need to remember to save. There we go. I did spam it like 3 times, so hopefully it doesn't do it 3 times. Okay, thank God. It kind of reminds me of a stomach. Like, it's the shape of a liver, I think, but like the way it's connected, it reminds me of a stomach. That's good. I think we're good. I think the last, well, I mean, I still need to finish everything else with Nasher's Ridge, but I think the last thing I need to do, like big thing I need to do before I start working on the background, and then working on the little small elevation lines in between everything is, and the names of everything, obviously, is this nature trail. I need to find a good brush for that because I'm not gonna do that manually. That shit gives me anxiety. All right. So this is Bill main buildings. And we're gonna do another one now for everything else. 130. That's very obvious. Right. This is also my interpretation of this map because it gets very hard to see the details as you start getting into the nitty gritty of this map. So some of these things are very, very likely incorrect. And that is simply something we're all going to have to live with. And now I believe these are also terraced houses, aka row houses. We're gonna try and keep that the arch feel we have with the terraces, with these houses. I didn't see that happen, but it happened. Just look down and suddenly there was a line crossing all of that. Getting in a zone. I'm so sorry that I'm saying nothing. Now that I know I could just hit a little hit the simplify vectors and it gets rid of all those extra lines, I feel invincible. I think next year I'm gonna do some adjustments on, or I'm gonna do some updates on the stream. I would like to, I really need to fix all of my scenes and profile settings and stuff like that. I'm also starting to feel um the tech limitations of my current system. So I think I'm gonna start budgeting for new parts. I do like my little rounded stuff a little bit better, I'm not gonna lie to you, but there's a serious map where we do serious things. I think those are all the little small things. If I take off this rough draft, yeah, that looks like a city. That looks like a town. All right. The last thing I need to do then is I need to rough in these smaller roads. I'm really going to attach to the pink. I'm not going to lie to you. But these have to be serious. We got to be serious, guys. And I think these are going to be black. We just need to be smaller. It should be a different color. Like stand out a little bit. Oh, I shouldn't do it on this layer though. These are tiny buildings. Tiny buildings. Oh, they're actually unnamed buildings is what they are. So I think I could do a bigger brush size if I chose a different color. What's gonna happen is something like this. I'm gonna delete this layer afterwards, so don't worry about me erasing things. Don't stress out too much about it. I also think I can move this all over by one, actually. And it gives us more room for activities. Oh, I forgot some buildings here. Oh, actually. I'm gonna do that. Because up here we have that's where all of this goes. This all goes up here. It's a lot bigger. I know it all looks like a mess, and I can only apologize for that. And then there's some buildings here that I need to sketch in. And whatever that triangle is, who knows? I don't. And this is another triangle here. So the cemetery is going to be different. Cemetery is going to be a concept, like the caravan park that's over here. It's less building, more a more a location. Oh, and the church is an I. That's right. That actually feels pretty important. So let's delete that. Let me get rid of these blue marks. I completely forgot that this looked like an I. That's on me. No, how do we do this? Actually, it looks a little bit more like it does this. It goes here into like this, to that, and then from this it connects to that. Okay. Let's clean that up a little bit. It feels like it didn't clean it up at all. I'm gonna simplify so I have to look at less things. Move things around now. I always want to do more music related things with games. It just becomes you just have to get a lot more creative when it comes to streaming them. Oh my god, my playlist ended. And by my playlist, I mean the playlist given to me by Spotify. I'm sure you guys can barely hear it. I can also barely hear it, but like that's the point for me. I would simply just like to have noise in the background. Okay, and then it has like this weird. I feel like this should be a little bit more to the side. That feels more centered to me. Okay. So that's our church. And that's going to be somewhere here. We're going to make you a little smaller. I feel it's about right. Because as we go back to this mess, this is another triangle shape that I had not recognized the first time. And the cemetery is up top here. And so this is all road, but it has greenery in the middle of it. And part of it goes to this church. Oh my god, there's definitely a cult going on here. And that's why all those kids went missing back in the day. It's all coming together. All right, so then over here, we need to go to this general store. We have road that goes all around this. Oh, there's more buildings here I missed. We can also move some of these things down. Oh, I'm on the wrong fucking layer. So this is here. There's a road that goes there. And we go off there. And then this road goes here. And then here, we can go back to this road. And then Big House connects to this. This is significantly different from what originally we had. This actually should maybe go a little bit higher. Let me see. And that's about correct. Okay. So now we go this way instead of down here. I'm not going to erase that. So that's just going to be more work in the long run. In fact, I can move these up just a little bit. Or make them bigger. And make Big House. Alright, so roads go there. I had one moment of pure fear. What are these? Oh, it's just like shortcuts and all of that. Okay. Time to choose the color. Well, not that one. Yeah, we just have to go with the basic. Oh, you know what? This is a double-sided line. It's a line that's, or a double, they're all these rows are like that. Do I have a brush that will do that for me? Because that would make my life significantly easier. I'm going to have it anywhere. It's going to be in my... How do I want to do this? What is the best way to do this? I'm going to Google it. I'm going to Google it, and we're going to see if anything happens, because now I'm taking sanity damage. Can I look at this so I can take it off of my notifications? Oh, sorry. Okay. Now I'm looking. Clip Studio. Art. How to... No, not symmetry. Hmm. Okay. We're just gonna have to do it the hard way. Let's make this pink again. Let opass. Let's delete this layer. I need a vector layer. And we're just gonna do a gray or black. We're gonna go back down to 5. Okay. Start off over here. I need to up my stabilization again. That was not what I meant to do. Well, I'll fix it later. It's gonna take me too long to do it right now. Oops. I just had a moment of fear where I thought I forgot to change layers. Okay, we're gonna move some more stuff down there. Gonna connect you. Oh, I still need to make the bridges also. Ooh. Every time I think I'm a little bit closer to being done. Just pull me straight back in. Dude, did you hear that they made apparently changes to how lurkers count on Twitch now as from a viewer standpoint? I was like, wow, they really do hate. They really are haters out here. No, that's fine. It's fine if I'm a little bit more to one side than the other. Just gonna do a little line to the barn also. I'm sure it has a road leading up to it, even if it's not obvious. A 1000%. It's like, if you're not going to count lurkers as viewers, then they shouldn't get ads. Obviously, you don't think that they are viewers. Therefore, they should not have to watch any ads. Because that's why it matters, right? I'm thinking of our bottom dollar. Almost there. You just have the most difficult part. There's another set of buildings I forgot that I don't remember where they are anymore. Oh, it's above the community center. Right. Oh, I'm just gonna switch it up and I'm gonna add the rest of the buildings on this side. I need to have some shortcuts, but I'm too near the end to want to do it. No, how does this work? Yeah. It does just in fact look like that. No, don't worry about these very conspicuous looking triangles. It's all in fact very normal. Nothing weird about it. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. And then we get to do the fun stuff, which is coloring. But that is still a ways to come. I'm anticipating tomorrow is going to be all about the lines. Oh, these are. Maybe we'll just let it be. Just act like it's being emphasized here. Happy accident is what we'll call it. Just going in intending to move something and then it just disappears from in front of me. Every time. It's just such an annoyance. Does the firehouse have anything? No. Neither does the caravan park. Oh, the old barn connects to the old road. No, to the main road. Oh, the main road goes on the other side of this barn. Ew. Well, let's yoink it then. What are you doing over here, buddy? If you're supposed to be over here. I'm like pretty up here also. It's not even like right next to this. Oh, why didn't anyone say so? Okay. Let me do this. Uh-oh. I didn't hit save before this. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. I'm just checking because I think I might have moved it. Well, I'll find out real quick. Okay, there we go. Yep, that works. Okay. gonna take a while. Let me put a color on this so I know that this is the one I'm coming back to. Because these are gonna start to get cumbersome after a while. It copies green. Oh, that's a nightmare. Oh, I didn't clean this part up. Uh-oh. What am I doing? Just, the ones that I can do, just side to side. I'm just gonna choose to do those real quick. It's like, what the hell is that? I think the best way to do this Look, why is this not working? Oh no. It's on tiny buildings, that's why. Well, you win some, you lose some. Oh, I can cut and paste it though. I mean, there's no technically downside. It's just I'm starting to think it might be easier to try to just replicate my pen stroke. Close enough. All the wobbles are where my hand got stuck because they're getting a little damp. I really should order one of those gloves. I mean, it's too late now. This is the last day I'm going to be doing things with like great precision. All right, simplify this. Nope. Unless I actually turn on the simplify function. There we go. Who knew that this would be the more time-consuming part? Certainly not myself. I'm still also doing it in the wrong color, but like here we are. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do a quick little simplifying there. Because what the fuck was that? I mean, even still, what the fuck is that? Anyone else want to have a conversation here? Or are we chill? Give me the gray it's supposed to be. There we go. Is this Dua Lipa? It feels like Dua Lipa. Is this Dua Lipa? Where is it? It is Dua Lipa by Illusion, or by Illusion, Illusion by Dua Lipa. I don't think I've ever heard this song. Dua Lipa has a great team. She always makes fucking bops. I think that is causing many updates. Oh boy, what did I do? Making sure I didn't move the entire fucking map. I'm gonna finish these. And I would be so happy. I knew the first half of this was cooking, and then I got to the second half and I was like, ooh. I'm starting to get very hungry though. I think didn't need to split that half. You know the other thing I've been watching a lot also? I've been getting a ton of SEP videos on my TikTok For You page. And recently I finally went onto the YouTube. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? The thing is I like that corner, so we're just not gonna touch it. Yeah, I'm too scared to like mess with that corner anymore, so I'm simply not gonna. Well, I actually wanted to do this on the inside. You're fine. That can still be that. I guess it's time to simplify that corner, whether I like it or not. So like I've been super into that lately. It's been like my late night entertainment. Even if I've heard a lot of it actually. Um because I do in fact get like I looked up SCP stuff when I was on that game on Indoor Adventurers channel. And because I didn't know what the hell an SCP was. But I was in a game which featured SCPs heavily, so I felt like I should probably familiarize myself with it. And my For You page literally said, say less. And it's been saying less ever since. There we go, fix it. Yeah. Okay. That could have gone better. It could have gone way worse. So we're just gonna counter blessings on that one. And I'll move this up. My favorite thing about Chapel Roan when she was first coming into Starlight uh is that people could not comprehend that Chapel Roan was queer because it's so difficult for some people, especially younger people, to comprehend that people have not always just been out and gay. And it's like, but like, what? She's singing about a boy. You can't be queer. She's singing about a boy. And I'm like, fam, don't all start out gay. In fact, I would argue most of us um have not contemplated our sexuality prior to a point. I wonder if like kids still have that, like, now that gayness is not as like hidden. I wonder if they're still having those like, oh, moments. Simplify this. I really should do that one first and then the other one afterwards. I'm doing some funky things here, but I think I'm gonna get it to work. We got it. We got there. All right. Took a while, but we got there. Oh my god. What a pain in the ass. Okay. Phenomenal. I'm gonna be so sad. Oh no. I'm getting to the point of hungry where it is becoming difficult to think. I'm forgetting the things I've been doing nonstop, but we're so close to being done. Yeah, we just have this little bit left and then we're done. Like, you know what? Yep. I was like, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I never finished this part. There we go. Never split the road. That Lord for Gen Z no longer putting their hands up in the air when they're dancing. Are you putting that one on Lord? As the original, I'm getting tired of people telling me to put my hands up in the air. We have a few of these on this one. I almost missed this part. Okay, I think that's all our roads. Is there anything going to the service? No, because it's supposed to be right off of the road. And it technically is. Yep, there's no roads leading out. I think this is it. I think we got it. Obviously all the labels still need to go on and stuff, but for the most part, this is it. That cemetery could be a little smaller, or that church can be a little bit smaller. We can move that. But aside from that, oh, I guess we should maybe we're gonna merge these layers. Oh my god, look at all those lines elsewhere. Hey, Prax! Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Pope. Hello, hello. I hope you guys are doing well today. I hope your stream went well. I hope the Dragon Age is treating you well. I hope you're still avoiding the plot. We are here. Hi, hello. I'm PP from PP Plays Inside. At the moment, I'm doing a remake of a map for a game called Asher's Ridge. The game is still in The game is still it's just starting out. It hasn't started yet. So um all of the things are not like done and ready yet. So I am taking it upon myself to remake the map myself, and so far this is what we've got going. Full on DLC levels of plot avoidance. Hell yeah, Brax, hell yeah. Um and what I've been working on today is I changed up the city. I have made it a little bit larger for my needs. As in changing the coastlines and stuff like that. So I don't think I'm ever gonna get the one-to-one on this. Um, it's something. Yeah, we'll never get the one-on-one in this. Not only because I changed it up, but it's late. Um, but this is what it originally looked like, and this is what I got going on now. I've made it a little bit bigger. I got rid of a little bit of the coastline. And I've changed where some of the roads are. Everything is pretty much exactly how it was before, just bigger. Some of the roads have had to adjust due to just how I did the coastline, but aside from that, for the most part, we just finished doing our roads, our little roads, um, and what we're doing for the end here is I was about to fill in the I was about to rename this actually. This is Tiny Roads. And this is a nothing layer. That was something else. Tiny buildings, main buildings. Just gonna do a little bit of that. Buildings. But thank you so much for the raid and thanks for stopping by. I hope you guys are doing well. I understand it's late, so if you have to go, feel free. I appreciate you stopping by. Nonetheless, there's going to be a bridge here that's not yet here, so I need to move that a little bit. Okay, so all of these bolded buildings are important buildings. They're name buildings. So they need to be highlighted in one way or another. And in the original they're this like sort of like beigeish color. Oh, here you go. Here you can see it a little bit better. You can see how much I've changed the how much land I've added. And it's because in the original map, all the buildings are very tiny, and I did not like that. So I have expanded it because I also have to put like the card stuff on there and everything, and just there's just not enough room. So you can see I changed some things. I've changed like the pathing of the water. I've changed how much of this is this separate biome. I've also chosen my own colors and stuff like that, so that gives you kind of a perspective of the changes I've made. But like overall, while there is a nice change, it's not that significant, I wouldn't say. Okay. Okay, so what I need to do is choose a color for this. We pray. Hmm. I fear this is going to highlight the entire thing. This is a very large map, by the way, and this is why this yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. What I did to solve that issue. I know what I did to solve that issue. There we go. In fact, if I'm just gonna duplicate it, oh, um, yeah. So one of the issues that I have with this map, as is, again, this is a quick start. This is all rough drafts. This was enough to just get it out there in front of people, so um, people could get an idea of for what this game was going to be. Um, and therefore, this was just a quick little map put together, and um, and in order to like lower the, I'm assuming to lower how big the file was, the PDF was, um we the PNG of this is a PNG and not the vector file for it, so when you zoom in on some of these things it gets really blurry, which is not the biggest of deal for the most part, but like it's when you start doing this and that it gets real hard to see things. So for me, I wanted specifically this part to look better, or more, not better, but sharper, more readable. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit more orange. It's a little bit more like that. I think that's the color. Let's see. It's like like a darker peachish color. That looks fairly on it, right? Uh-oh. There we go. I didn't even know you could do that. I did the small ones. Oh god. But yeah, so in order to get into this amount of detail, it is a very big map. Have a good night, Prex. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Have a good night. Um, so anything I do that affects the entire map, like maybe accidentally coloring it all like that, it takes a very long time to fix. This is a, what is this? What does this end up being? It's a 21,000 by about 15,000 pixel map. Only the big, only these. These are the ones we're looking for. Oh, that's not on the map. I don't know what map that's on, but those are also tiny buildings that don't need to be highlighted. Mistakes have been made. I so desperately want to go eat. This is the police station. That's the morgue. This is the fire station. Service building, bus line, uh, radio tower, general store, and community center, church. Oops, church, elementary school building, big house, and smaller big houses. B&B, barn, Asher's Memorial, sailing club, terraces. Um, log cabin, I think. This is a logging area. This is the military base. I think that's it. I think those are all. We don't highlight anything else on this map. Oh, Astor's memorial is a circle. So it's a statue. When we do highlight those, okay. I like this color though. I think we'll do this color. I'm gonna do this elsewhere. So let me duplicate this. We'll rasterize you. But first I need to deal with main buildings. Oh shit, you know what? Let me delete that layer. We're gonna go over here. I need to redo you. And it's just pure black. I didn't do anything funny with any funny business with it. Way prettier this way. Just want to fix this. Okay, now we can do the rest of this. Rising you. We're grabbing this peach color again. I don't think I could do a vector of this. I'll try though. Nope. Alright, so we'll do a regular layer of this. Let's delete that. Alright, go back to this one. Go up here. Go back to here, do that. How many times will PB fuck this up? We're gonna find out. And you'll know right away. Because I'm gonna lean back and sigh very loud. Anytime I click on something that I didn't mean to click on, I feel only fear in my heart. Or maybe in my stomach, because that's the one that's suffering here. And then we have our inn over here. And we have our church over here. A very not ominous looking church. And then we have big house. There was a little mistake. Little mistake. Then we have our hospital up there. We have our vet right here. We have our B&B right here. We have the barn up here. I think that's all the buildings in the city itself, city proper. We did the news station, so let's come out here to this logging cabin. And then this logging building, the loggers. Go to the military base. And I believe that is it. I don't believe there's another building out here. Yep, we got him. Alrighty then. Let's hit our save button. And then we'll do a little bit of layer management. And then we'll call it for the night. This is main building color. Main building all. There's nothing there. Oh, hold on. There's nothing there. Let's delete that layer. I'm gonna call this tiny roads. It's easier for me not to lose these layers if they're in a folder. Even if they're named, I still lose them all the time. I think that's it. I think that's all on. I guess the one thing I might want is, yeah, to see some of these areas. Like there's a cemetery up here, there's a caravan park, there's like a something else over here. This is a park. I want all of that. I'm also gonna have to put this grid system back on. I'm not looking forward to that. Boy. We're getting there. We're almost done with this. All right, let's hit another save now that I've made everything pretty in my layers. Organization. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching. I really appreciate it. It has been a long day, but we got this done. A lot of city planning on something that already existed. But it was a lot of us just learning. Like we wasted probably a solid hour deleting little things that we didn't need to. Next step on this map that I plan on doing is, what is my next step? I think I need to finish like the map. Like I need to not have the old map on the screen anymore. So I think the next thing I'm going to do the next thing I need to do is this part of the map. I'm trying to think of whether or not I'm gonna want to widen these lines or not. Can I haven't done anything. Where's I might already put my pen away. This is gonna suck. What I want to do is something a little wild. Oh, that took a while to process, to just copy it. Well, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm afraid this is gonna crash. Oh, I didn't crash. Oh wow. That's actually very impressive that it didn't crash. So this is what it looks like normally. This is what it looks like with the lines made a little bit wider. It's widened quite a bit though, so let me do this again. But this time when I widen it, let's widen it only 5. Maybe it's like changing size as I do this, and that's why it doesn't take so long. Okay. So that's that one, that one. Yeah, definitely I don't think can stay. That on so you guys can see the lines a little bit better. So there's 1, that's 5, and that's 10. Again, there's going to be a bunch of little lines in between it. I think I might go with 5. I think 1 is not thick enough. I think 5 might be thick enough. I think 10 is too thick, but I think 5 is a good in between, as it literally is an in between. But yeah, this is basically where we're at. I need to do all the little elevation lines in the middle, and then I just need to paint the whole thing a color, something. What? Oh, and here you can tell that this is not a white. As much as it looks like it, it's actually a gray. It just looks white when other colors are around it, but it's actually a gray. This is a true white, the background. Okay, so what do I need to do next? I need to I think the next thing we're doing is we're painting this. We're choosing our color palette for all of this. And then we're also choosing to do this this cutout for this other biome around here, the mountain biome, the more arid part of it. Yeah, I think that's where we're at. I think tomorrow we choose colors, because I don't want it to be matte like the blue is. The blue is also just it's a holder, so I could tell the difference between the water and the roads and such. Yeah, soon we won't have to look at the old map constantly. There we go. That's a lot easier to on the ice. I love myself a blue gray. And me and blue grays are like this, and I want you to know I'm crossing my fingers because we're close. All right. Now we're done for the night. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Thank you so much, Prax, for the raid. If you don't already follow her, make sure to follow her. If you guys were listening to me talk about our 40k game, that's where I'm playing it, over on Praxagorthas channel. Otherwise, next week on Tuesday, oh my gosh, please don't fall. You're very expensive. Hold on. I'm actually going to look at my calendar to tell you the exact time. It's not on my calendar. Love that for me. Oh, I love when I plan things out correctly. I know it in my soul, so I just don't I don't do anything else. It's going to be, yep, 7 p.m. So it is going to be October 21st and October 28th. It's going to be a 2-part episode, starting at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. That is 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can stop by and watch Trooper SJP and other Doc and I endeavor into the world, into the city, town, small little nothing happened town called Asher's Ridge, where this city is plagued by the paranormal, but no one talks about it. It's just kind of known that weird things happen in Asher's Ridge. But that's where I'm going to leave you guys for the day. Again, Asher's Ridge is going to be starting next week on October 21st and 28th. I also have a Where's Waldo game coming up. Where's Waldo? It's called This Person Should Not Exist by Speak the Sky. And I'm still trying to decide when I'm going to do that. Maybe I'll do that on like Halloween. Maybe I'll do that the 31st on Friday, or the 30th or 31st. But I'm postponing that just so I have more time to work on this. But once again, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate. And I will see you guys all in the next one. Bye-bye. And yeah, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'm going to stop the stream there, but I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. And if I don't see you again, a good rest of your week. Bye-bye.